Good morning, everyone. Am I audible enough? Right. Sheba, am I audible enough? Morning. Thank you. Before we get started with the new chapter, there are small chapter to be covered. One is environmental costing. Another one is a balance scorecard. Third one is uh, calculating performance measurement for the non-profit organizations. Right. Quickly, let's talk about what we all did yesterday's class. You remember we talked about what performance measurement for the profit maximizing organizations. Under performance measurement, we talked about there are a number of performance metrics, right? Tools that can be used to assess the performance of the company. So mainly we do go with our profitability ratios. Am I correct? Then we talked about what you remember liquidity ratio. Third, we talked about what risk ratio. Under profitability ratio, you remember mainly we focus on the what net profit ratio, gross profit ratio. But our discussions we talked about what return on what capital employed or return on what investment. Then we talked about what liquidity ratio. Under liquidity ratio, there are three ratios, right? Mainly, one is mainly three ratios. One is what current ratio, how much the current assets that you have to settle the what current liability. Second one is what acid test ratio, current asset minus stock over what current liability. Then we talked about what stock turnover period. Am I correct? Stock holding period. Stock holding period. Then we talked about what receivables, collection period, payables, payments period. Under risk ratio, mainly we have what only one type, which is what gearing ratio, right? How to calculate gearing ratio? There are two ways. One is debt capital divided by what equity capital, the ratio between the debt capital and equity capital, or what is your debt capital from your total capital. What is exactly meant by total capital? Debt capital plus what equity capital. That is what you all have discussed where in your financial accounting pillars. Then we talked about what investment centers, right? The division which has what income, expenses, as well as what return on what investment. That particular division is responsible for generating what return for their investment. That is all about what investment center. The way of evaluating or assessing the performance under investment center, mainly we do go with our two ratios. One is what ROI, return on investment. Another one is what residual income, RI. Then we have discussed two past papers question, 20 marks question. Then I have explained to you how to do interpretations with regard to the performances or the what particular division, right? Because some of the division they try to work for to self-interest dysfunctionally in order to achieve what suboptimal decision. I mean divisional profit from the case itself, you would be able to understand whether they are working to achieve what goal congruence or the what divisional performance. That is what we have discussed under what? Uh, Performance measurement for investment centers. Correct? How was the exam yesterday? How was it? Is okay? You didn't have a time for section C, which is standard costing and performance measurement. Then you could have done this performance measurement. Yesterday only we did the, performance measurement. How about the paper? Why? No, you could have, because why? You attempt the paper. How was? Easy. Super. Excellent. Straightforward questions. Yes, even C also is straightforward. I didn't make you too much tougher for you all because the first time, no. So I have not brought the for what the past papers extent what we all have discussed. If you look at the past papers question, little harder than what I have given as a mock paper, because it has to be about doable paper. Am I correct? That's the reason I just made it like that. Otherwise, I could have given, because I am not make you all to carry, and I just want to get practice. Right? How about the time management? Were you able to manage the time? Small question. So that's why I told you, whenever you come across that problem, what you have to do is you have to skip those questions and you have to focus on the what easiest question first. Because otherwise, without knowing yourself, you may be what spending time. You may be what spending time, because sometimes even section A, 2 minutes question, it may take about 10 minutes. And after taking 10 minutes, if you get a wrong answer, there are two problems. One problem is what? You will be losing the mark for that particular question. And then again, what? There's an opportunity cost. Same time, you could have done what? Another question. That is what is known as opportunity cost. So you have to be very careful whenever you are dealing with the questions. How about the paper? Sanjana, how was the exam? Now we are those who have attempted the exam. I don't know how many of them who have done the exam. How was the exam? Why? You could have, no, you could have done it not because of any other reason. Just to know, because I'm not going to evaluate your real performances. I just want to know how the paper it is. That's all. Sanjana, did you attempt the paper? Sanjana? Okay, good, Sanjana. So tomorrow we'll try to discuss some questions where in the your mock paper, if I think that is relevant, because some area that needs to be revised properly. So then only, because if you look at throughput accounting, you should know what are the steps. Because I have seen the paper most often that has been tested where in your exams, right? Activity based costing. Somewhere it will be tested, maybe section A, B, or C, but very high probability that would be tested where in the section B. Then only they can ask about what 4-5 questions with regard to the what activity based costing. High probability, but I can't tell you in advance, right? Based on your past papers, right? Even for the throughput accounting, because you can't do this part as a what courtesy, coming for the class and you're just doing some questions, and before the exam few weeks preparations, it won't work out. For this module, I'm sharing you my experience. I have sufficient experience with regard to the what management accounting, right? So I have done for the different uh, professional bodies and the work degrees, even for masters. But ACCA management accounting is what little vast. I have clearly told you, you should have a 360 view with regard to the what PM. Otherwise, it will be definitely a problem. You know, you have seen that one. Look at the global pass rate. It's only 40%. Why it is 40%? Anyway, whatever said, that's the paper is tough. But at the same time, rather taking the remaining 60%, why can't you be a part of what 40%? You got my point. Why can't be you a part of a what that 40%? Possible. Possible, but since you are doing only one module now, you can do only one module, no? Which means that you can focus only one module. As long as if you keep on doing learning curve, you remember, keep on doing the questions every day from the different topics, but don't ever focus always one particular chapter. Here and there, just take the question and do it. Then only you will be having a broader knowledge. Try to find out, because sometimes you think we'll do this question tomorrow or later. So I'm not prepared for this one. So that is a wrong decision that you are taking. Even for the studies class, I have clearly told you, my intention is not to what, to test your knowledge. Just to you should know how the paper it is. That's all. How whenever you do for the exam, how it will be, given. That's all. That was my expectation. How about Malavika? Did you sit for the exam? Yesterday's mock paper. Malavika. How was the paper? How was the paper? In between. But some of the comments that I've got from what physical session, they said that the paper was very easy. Shabat, did you? Navya? Right, okay. Why Sheba? You could have done, no? Navya, did you? Tarunika Senthil Kumar, did you? So that's why I told you some of the OTQs we were not learned yet, right? So you remember environmental costings, right? So some of the anyway it's there. You will get to know those part today itself, right? Okay, no problem. Let's get started with what environmental costing. It's not a big topic to deal. Environmental costing. It's very completely today's topic is completely a theory based one, right? The all three chapters that are we going to discuss, but somewhere we will be using some numbers. But we talk about what theories, and you should get prepared. How are we going to tackle the questions where in the example theory based requirement with related to what these particular areas, right? But I would say environmental costing, which would be tested most probably section A, is not a heavily tested part, right? Because this costing, which is in the progress stage, it is not completely implemented, but some of the places they may, right? I'll tell you the places where they are putting these what environmental costing. So if I want to tell you the truth, whether we like it or not, we all been using this environmental costing, right? So you remember, as you all know, whenever we are producing the product, what are the costs that we will incur as a management accounting perspective? we make profit, right? We produce a product and we make profit. What are the costs that we do incur when we are making profit or when we are doing a business? As a management accounting perspective, let me know. Very good. Yes. Very good. Very simple example. One is a prime cost. Other one is what? Overhead. So under prime cost, there are three categories: direct material, direct labor, direct expenses. The combinations of all direct, we call it as what? Prime. Prime cost or total variable cost plus what? Overhead. So overhead, if you want, what you can classify it into two groups. One is a what? Production overhead. Another one is what? Non-production overhead. But whenever you make the profit by using the environment, there are some scarce resources that you are consuming from the environment. Do you agree with me? Do you agree with me? There are some scarce resources from the environment you're using. After producing the product, sometimes there will be a what? Wastage that you will put it in the what? Your what? Environment. Do you agree with air pollutions, water pollutions? Am I correct? All these part, whether you like it or not, it's happening. Am I correct? So that is all about what? Environmental costing. What is exactly meant by environmental costing? Every business makes what? The profit at the expenses of what? Environment. Use of what? Scarce resources, right? Am I clear to you? Sometime you would have learned this part where in economics, scarcity. Am I correct? We try to, because you remember during recently I think Delhi, we had a small issue with the air pollutions. Am I correct? To sort out that air pollutions, so some of the places, what they did was they have put the some in what do you call for oxygens, what do you call centers for 30 minutes. You can go inside for 30 minutes free, as a free you can get what? Oxygen. So why something which was done by somebody else to the what? Environment. So some scholars, they argue, they say this costing, the damage that you are doing to the environment should have been taken to the account. That is what is known as environmental costing. You got my point? When you are producing a product, when you are earning a profit, you are using the environment and you are damaging what? Your environment. For that damage, how much the damage that you made it to what? Environment should be what? Highlighted by in your books. That is the argument of what? Some scholars. That is all about what? Environmental costing, right? So example, water pollutions, right? Air pollutions, right? Use of what? Scarce resources. That is all about what? Environmental. Clear? Now take down small heading. Environmental management accounting. Environmental management accounting. Abbreviation EMA. EMA. Take down, I'll explain to you. EMA is the identifications, collections, analysis, and use of two types of information. Use of two types of information for internal decision making. For internal decision making. Right? Next line. It is important to remember it is important to remember that there are two aspects to environmental management accounting. Right? One is physical information. Right? Second one is monetary information. What is meant by physical information? What is meant by physical information? When you are using the scarce resources, the usage of the resources should have been valued through the what? Physical measurement. When you are using the scarce resources from the environment, that usage of the what? Scarce resources should have been valued based on what? Physical measurement. How? Sometimes you may be using the what? Air. How much of the air that you have used from the environment. Sometimes what you may be using the water. How much the water that you have been, not in terms of what dollars or pounds or what INR. So if you look at electricity, how many megawatts? Right? If you look at water, how many units? Right? That is what is known as physical measurement. But make sure some of the what resources that you are consuming were in the environment, difficult to do a physical measurement, but that some scholars, some academics still arguing that should have been what? Disclosed where in your financial statement, but they are doing now. They are doing that. Right? But what we do generally is we have to be very careful. Whenever we calculate the profit, so we have to be very careful what is exactly meant by physical measurement. People thinks electricity, how much the bill? 10,000. So I just put it to the what my statement to calculate the profit. I made a cash payment for the electricity, credit cash, debit what electricity. Electricity will be charged by in my final account as an what? Expenses. That will be set off against what my income. Then I'm getting the what? Profit. So why should I but again disclose this part separately? But whenever you use some scarce resources from the environment, right? You are getting the usage of the what? Scarce resources. Am I correct? But that is of course scarce resources. Water, scarce resources. Am I correct? From the water only you got the benefit. Do you all agree with me? But some places we are making the payment for it. Some of the water, even though you are taking the water from the water boat, you are making the payment. But the water boat, they are getting that water not as a what? Free. Am I correct? That also they are getting from the what? Environment. So that is what? Scarce resources. Am I clear to you all? But here, most places in India, you are paying for what? Water. You all agree with me? But when it comes to Sri Lanka, we do get that part as a free. No, but with most of the what rural area where Sri Lanka, they don't pay for the what? Water. They are having a what? Natural water through the waterfall. Or they are having a what well at their hometowns. Am I correct? So what I'm trying to say here, whenever you get the usage of what that particular things, scarce resources, there is a cost. There is a cost. You remember whenever you are calculating the profit of the company, you talk about the cost, variable cost, fixed cost, even you consider about the opportunity cost. You remember the relevant costing. When you are taking the labor force from one department to another department, what is going to happen for the existing department? That is our opportunity cost. That also should be but accounted when you are calculating what your incremental profits or incremental revenue. Am I correct? But we never calculated what environmental, but that should have been what calculated. That is the argument of what these scholars. But I don't know how far that is successful. Am I correct? But at least it should have been put as a note, right? So that is all about what physical measurement. So all the scarce resources what you are using were in the environment, that should have been done with the physical measurement. Again I'm telling you, physical measurement mean not the cost what you are paying, not the water bill what you are paying, how much the benefit that you got from the what environment, that should have been valued. So electricity, as I said earlier, what megawatts, water, what based on the what units. So that is all about what physical measurement. Am I correct? Shall mark this idea? Take down physical information which focuses on the which focuses on the physical use of scarce resources, and how much waste occurs. Example, rates of energy, water, and material. Within the bracket, just mark including waste. Including what? Waste. Including waste. So I'm just giving you the most, summarized notes here for understanding purposes. When you try to refer my study material, so it's the definition being given very lengthy, right? Sometimes very tight schedule. If you are having the what less time frame, it will be a problem for you to go through the entire parts. That's why I'm just giving you the summarized form. So as long as if you go through these summarized notes, you would be able to understand what is exactly meant by environmental costing. It's easy for you to tackle the questions where in the exam in case if it is tested, right? Second one is what? Monetary information. Which focuses on environment related cost environment related cost, comma, earning and saving. Earning and saving. Earning and saving. This monetary information, there are four categories. There are four categories, right? One is prevention cost. Prevention cost. Second one is detection cost. Environmental prevention cost, environmental detection cost, environmental internal failure cost. Internal failure cost. Environmental external failure cost. External failure cost. Excuse me. If you look at this monetary information or cost, environmental costs, there are four categories. No? One is what prevention, another one is what detections, third one is what environmental internal failure cost, environmental external failure cost. These four concepts which has been what copied from cost of quality. Cost of quality, but that is not part of our discussions. There's a part called total quality management. Under total quality management, we discuss what is it meant by total quality management, which is giving you the what continuous improvement, right? Prevention is what better than what cured. Prevention is what better than what cured. Am I correct? So what I'm trying to say, the quality should have been maintained right properly before it delivers to the what. After you deliver to the customer, if you are not achieve the required quality, then you will pay for the what external failure cost. The external failure cost which would come from the what internal. If you would have done internally, you won't pay price for the what external failure cost. If the rectification would have done what before you delivers to the what customer, am I correct? That is all about what cost of quality. From the cost of, even the your notes also saying the same thing, from the cost of quality they have converted to what monetary information. There are what four types of a cost. First one is a what environmental prevention cost. Mark under that. What is environmental prevention cost? It refers it refers to expenses incurred to avoid, because prevention means you are going to incur the cost before what it happens. Do you agree with me? That is what is known as what prevention, right? Therefore it refers to the expenses incurred to avoid environmental damage environmental damage before it happens. Before it happens. These cost costs focus on focus on proactive measure to minimize the pollutions and waste. I need answer from you. I need answer from you with regard to the what? Prevention cost. What are the prevention costs that you do for the environment? Very good. Very good. Perfect answer. Recycling what? Wastage. Because that before it happens, you are what? Doing something for the environment. That is what is known as what? Recycling what? Process. Am I correct? Just take down the example. Recycling process. Another example. Spending on redesigning processes, to reduce the amount of pollutions released into the atmosphere. Right? Second one, are you clear what is exactly meant by prevention cost? Environmental prevention cost. Before it happens, you try to do something. That is what best example he told me. It's what? Recycling process. Right? Second one is detection cost. Detection cost. It refers expenses are incurred monitor, measure and identify environmental issue. Excuse me. Detection is something like a appraisal cost under quality, right? What do you think? Can you come with the example? What is exactly meant by uh, detection cost? Example. Any idea? Don't forget anything which comes with the testing, right? So I can tell you the best example. Some of the companies always they try to go for a what air quality test because number of employees are working in the particular company, right? They are breathing inside. Am I correct? So since they are working inside of the what company with the what environment, they'll have to do the testing of the what air. Am I correct? Because otherwise it will be a problem for the what company. That is all about what detection cost. You all understand what I said, right? So next one is a soil testing. Soil testing is a what another example with regard to the what detection. cost, right? Take down the example. Air and water quality test. Next one, soil testing. Next one, maintain air quality inside the company. Next example, cost of auditing the organization's environmental activities. Cost of auditing organization's environmental activities. Right? Next one is environmental internal failure cost. Environmental internal failure cost. I'll give you the definition. You come up with the example, right? Costs are incurred. Costs are incurred to clean up environment. Sorry, to clean up environmental waste and pollutions before it has been released to the environment. What is meant by internal failure cost? Cost of incurred clean up environmental waste and pollutions before it has been released to the what? Environment. Superb. Excellent. Excellent. Perfect example. Right? Before you pass it to the environment, you try to do is yourself. Right? Cleaning all the part what? Your side. But before it gets into the what? Environment. That is what is known as what? Internal failure cost. Right? Example, cost of disposing of toxic waste. I can give you a number of examples for that. I know that you all people going for the what to watch the matches, right? You take the what drink bottle, water bottle, everything, right? Packet, lunch packet, empty boxes. There are a number of things that you will put into the what environment. Am I correct? Right after the match, if you try to what do all that activities yourself before you pass it to the what environment, which is known as what? Internal failure cost. You did it yourself during even the elections meeting, right? They are distributing lots of things, right? So right after the meeting, if they do all the cleaning part themselves, it is about internal failure cost. You did leave it to the what? Other person to do that part. Am I correct? That is what is known as internal failure cost. So after watching the matches, if you do, or after the meeting, election what meeting, if you do not do that part, if it is done by the what, cleaning what services, which is what, external failure cost. You got my point? Are you clear? Last one, environmental external failure cost. External failure costs are incurred on activities performed activities performed after discharging waste into the environment. What is the best example? You're going to do some cleanup after the event occurs. Best example. Sometime but cleaning up an ocean, right? After what, spilling what, oil. After spilling oil, right? You will what, clean up what, ocean. So you are going to do right after it happened. Am I correct? Now you would have seen even yesterday. I just went through a small news, right? It says what, in Mexico. I don't know the country names properly. I forgot. Mexico, Italy, right? The river has become what, a red color. Then later they found it's not because of any other thing, but the waste which they have got from the what, company. Then because of the chemical, the entire river has been changed to what, red color. So that is because if the company is going to take care of that cleaning part, we call it as what, external failure cost, because already they left it to the what, environment. Now they are rectifying that part. Am I correct? That is what is known as external failure cost. Example, cleaning up an ocean after spilling oil. So we'll try to do a couple of questions OTQ based, and then we will finish this part, right? We can go with our new area. I remember there was a one question which was tested yesterday's mock paper even. Do you remember that? With regard to the what environmental costing. Let's go back to that questions as well, and we can finish it off that part as well. Now it's better. One question which was tested. Right. I'll read the questions. But anyway, the questions are with you, right? Question number 4. Which two of the following statements regarding environmental cost accountings are true? Let me know the answer for that one. Which two of the following statements regarding environmental cost accounting are true? First one, the majority of environmental costs are already captured within a typical organization accounting system. They difficult to lies in the identify them. Is that correct or wrong? Is that correct or wrong? Sorry? Yes, of course. It is there, but we don't what? Realize and we don't account for it. Am I correct? Do you agree with me? The crystal clear answer that is, right? But there are two answers anyway, right? Input output analysis divides material flow within the organization into three categories. No, that is they are talking about flow cost accounting. Flow cost accounting has been eliminated from the syllabus, but when you refer the Kaplan or the BPP, it is there. But in your study hub, it's not there anywhere. Flow cost accounting. So they have given the definition. What is exactly meant by the flow cost accounting for the second one? Input output analysis divides the material flow within the organization into three categories: material flow, system flow, and delivery and disposal flow. Right? That is the definition of what flow cost accounting. Just try to remember in case, but anyway, it is not there where in your study hub. That's why I have just left it out. Right? I have left it out, but that is the definitions of what is exactly meant by flow cost accounting. Third one of the cost category used in the environmental activity based costing is environment driven cost within the use of the cost which can be directly traced to the cost center. Can you directly trace to the what overhead to the what activity based costing? Anything is directly traced, which is what? Direct cost. It's not a what? Overheads. Am I correct? Last one, environmental life cycle costing enable environmental cost from the design stage and the product right through the decommissioning at the end of. That's correct, no? That is the environmental what? Life meaning environmental life cycle costing. Am I correct? Therefore, what are the correct answers? 1 and 1 and 4. 1 and 4. Correct? We'll do a couple of OTQ question and we'll finish it up this part, right? Can you all try? Yes, thank you. Put the answers. Just give me a minute, Sanjana. I will pass the message to the management. Getting glitch network. Uh, I think the problem with your side, not the, I mean, our end, because you know why our speed is almost more than 800. Just double check, Sanjana. Shall we get started with this question? The first question is a very good question. So, you know why? It's giving the, example for each and every type of a what? Cost. Then I can tell you under which category each element is what? Falling. Right? Which two of the following activities are environmental internal failure cost? First, you tell me what is meant by internal failure cost. Very good. You will do what? Yourself. before you pass it to the what? But anyway, it is in the environment. It has already passed it to the environment. It has already created the damage to the what? Environment. But for that will be, rectified, or that will be corrected by yourself. That is what is known as internal failure cost. Clear? Quality control inspection. Listen very carefully. Quality control inspection to monitor pollutions level in water leaving production process. What is that? Under which category it's falling? Yes, very good. It's a what? Not prevention, detection. Therefore, that's not the answers. The requirement is what? Internal failure cost. Second one is water purification treatment to clean wastewater before it leaves the what? Factory. What is that? Very good. Water purification treatment, right? To clean wastewater before it leaves to the what? Factory. Am I correct? That is what? Internal failure cost. Fitting of carbon filter to machine processes to reduce carbon emission. What is that? Very good. It's preventing. Before it happened, you are preventing. That is what? Prevention cost. Power usage measuring system to monitor energy consumption within the factory. Very good. Very good. Perfect. It's about detection cost. You are measuring the performances. Am I correct? Usage of what? Your, consumption. I'm sorry. Energy consumption. Next one. Payments of the fines of what? Fines for breaching environmental regulation in the industry. What is that? Payments, external failure cost. You are doing the payments after you what? Made the mistakes, right? Therefore, you are paying the fines. You're paying what? Fines. I believe that would be treated as a what? External failure cost, right? Next one is insulations of heating pipes in the factory to reduce the heat loss. That is what? Very good. It's a prevention. Public relation cost to remedy reputational damage caused by the accidental river pollutions. Public relations cost to remedy reputational damage caused by accidental river pollution. What is that? Very good. That's a what? External failure cost. Last one is what? Capturing and recycling of waste exhaust gases to generate what? Energy. That is what? Internal failure cost. Answer would be what? B and H. What is the next questions? Question number 67, 68. No. Capturing and recycling of waste, exhaust gases to generate energy. Just think. Capturing and recycling of waste. You are using that one before you pass it to the what? Environment. Am I correct? Double check the answers. Yes, that's correct. the answer is given, but we'll check the answers as well. Beware water. That's okay. Hatch. That's also correct. But okay, that's bit of a argument with the answer last one. That is what they have given. So you can bring that one as a what, even prevention, right? But here they have given the answer as a what? It's an internal failure cause. Capturing and recycling of waste exhaust gases to generate energy. But they have treated as a what? Internal failure cost. But you can still argue it can be even treated as a what? Prevention, right? Okay, no problem. Next question. Which of the following statement is or slash are true regarding the issues faced by the business in the management of the environmental costs? Right? Issues faced by the businesses. First one is the costs involved are difficult to define. Yes, that's true, no? Very difficult to define, but it is there. Environmental costs can be categorized as quality related costs. Yes, of course. That's why I told you that there are 4 types we are categorizing now. Monetary measurement. That monetary measurement has come from the what? Quality measurement, right? Cost control can be an issue, in particular if costs have been identified incorrectly in the first place. That's also true, no? Therefore, I believe all of them. Do you agree? Question number 70. Accountants usually find it difficult to deal with the environmental costs. Which of the following is not a reason for this? Costs are often hidden. Yes, of course. That's one of the reasons. No? Most of the costs are what? Hidden. Costs are mostly minor. Do you think it's a minor? If it's minor, we don't need to consider that is. Am I correct? That is the negligible figures. If it is a minor. So I don't think that is the answer. Then costs are often very long term. So accounting systems are rarely split off these costs automatically. Which of the following is not a reason? I think costs are mostly minor. That is not a reason. All the others are what? Reasons. Correct? Now we are moving to performance measurement for not-profit organizations. Performance management. Sorry, performance measurement. Measurement in not-profit for-profit organization. Performance measurement in not-for-profit organization. Not-for-profit organization. The name itself is suggesting objective is not profit. Agree with me? Is not what? Profit. Then what is our objective? What are our objectives? There are a number of objectives. That's the reason we are facing the lots of problem for the what? Performance measurement for the what? Not profit organizations, right? Sometimes poverty elevations, right? And then education's improvement, right? Health improvement. These are the main objectives of what? Not profit organizations. If you look at the not profit organization, the objectives are not fit into the SMART framework. Objectives are not fit into the what? SMART framework. What is the SMART framework? You remember, we will be discussing under balanced scorecard as well. First, we need to achieve the key performance indicator. From the key performance indicator, we try to get the what critical success factor. Why are we focusing the critical success factor? To achieve what? Company's strategy. We will realize the strategy. Through the strategy, we can develop our objective, we can develop our mission, and we can develop our vision. This is the what SMART framework for profit maximizing organization. If you look at the not profit maximizing organization, there are sometimes the mission vision would be different, right? So it's completely providing the social services. There are a number of, you would have seen that what charity organizations, right? You would have seen that Red Cross, right? One of the what leading what not profit maximizing organization. They are focusing the what health improvement. That is their main focus, which is what mission and the what vision. Maybe they can say what in 20 years time or 30 years time we have to be the best non-profit organization in the worldwide of giving the what health improvement. That may be their what vision. Am I clear to you? But whatever said then, that for the non-profit organization, we are dealing with some numbers. We are going to deal with what? Some numbers, right? So when we are dealing with the numbers, it may be reported what adverse. We may go with the what first budget or standard, right? Then we identify what is our actual. Then we may identify the what variances that will be used for the what controlling purpose for the what future. But at the same time, lots of frauds are what taking place where in the non-profit organization. There's no what crystal clear what accounting procedure for the what non-profit organizations. That's the reason most of the people who try to take the what big positions were in the non-profit organization, because you will be getting money from the what donations. The main source of what money, the capital that you are going to raise from the what donations, charity, right? So then you can misuse the what donation, because it's not accountable at the end, because the name itself, it says what not profit organization. You get a lot of money from the what sometime what different what places. Sometimes the company is sponsoring, right? Government also is what not profit organization. Am I correct? So that is the basic idea with regard to the what not profit organization. But the problem that we have for the not profit organization, objectives of the stakeholders are what making you the problem. It's what getting conflict. Objectives of what stakeholders, it will be what getting what conflict. Because I can tell you the best example. If you look at government school, right? Government school, and if you look at the student, they are expecting what quality what educations, quality service. Do you agree with me? As far as the government, what they want is they want to reduce the what cost. Do you agree with me? Government intention is what, when they are spending money for the what free educations, the main intention is what, to reduce the cost. Agree with me? But at the same time, the students or the parents, they are expecting from the what government to give a what quality education. On the other side, the government is one stakeholder, parents is another stakeholder, or the students, and there's another stakeholder is what teachers expectation is what government teachers. What is their main expectation? Salary. Every time they are looking for a what increment. Am I correct? You can see this what even about the public transport, right? Public transport, you need a proper service, right? The people who are working the public transports, conductor or the drivers, the expectation is what we need what salary. Government is what minimizing the what cost. That's the reason the biggest issue that you are going to face with regard to the what not profit organization is what shareholders objectives are getting what conflict. Shareholders objectives are what getting conflict. So that point onwards you will be facing the lot of issues. To sort out this problem, they have introduced a concept called what value for money. Value for money, 3 E's. 3 E's. What is exactly meant by value for money? They are bringing the not-profit organization under 3 heading. One is what effectiveness. One is what effectiveness. What is meant by effectiveness? Ability to achieve the what objective. Ability to what achieve what objective. That is what that is the ultimate objective. That is our main intention. You do any sort of a non-profit organization is what effectiveness. You need to achieve what your objective. Second one is what there will be a problem with the efficiency. The ratio between what input and the output, right? That is all about what efficiency. Third one is what economic. Input measurement. Always you try to get that part what the cheapest option. That is all about what input measurement. I can tell you the best example. Let's say you are going to go for an exam tomorrow, right? The exam starting time is 9 o'clock, right? You were planning to go by what public transport, right? Now you woke up late. You got late. Now the time is 8:30. You have only half an hour time to go to the what exam center. Now currently you are having a 3 option. You're having a 3 option. One option you can go by what pick me. Do you agree with me? You can book through the online pick me, but which is taking about what 10 to 15 minutes time. Am I correct? Second option, you can go by what public transport, which is very cheapest, but you will reach the exam center maybe what 9:15 or 9:30. Do you agree with me? If you go by pick me, maybe 5 minutes may get late because you'll have to wait until you get the what pick me to what your place, home. First option or the last option that you have, you can get the 3-wheel in front of what your house. You can come out, you can take the what auto, and you can go to the what exam center. I hope you understood all 3 examples, right? You are supposed to be where in your exam center by 9 o'clock. Exam is starting what 9 o'clock. You got up late, right? Now you came out. You are having a 3 option to go to the what exam center. One option is what you can go with what Priso, which is available next to what your home. You can then and there you can come out. You can get into the what Priso. You can reach what exam center exactly 9 o'clock. Second option that you have, you can book because little cheaper when compared with the auto that you are getting, but at your place would be sometime but little higher than the what pick me. You get into the pick me, right? Bit cheaper, not bit cheaper, little bit cheaper when compared with what auto what you are getting from outside your home, but it may reach what 9:05. Why? Because you'll have to wait until you get what pick me app, and it because practically it may take 5-10 minutes times. Do you agree with me? Last option, you can go by what public transport, which is what cheapest options, but you will reach what your exam hall by 9:15 only. My questions: what is all about what efficiency? All about effectiveness. Reaching exam on time If you want to reach the exam on time, what would be the best option? Very good. Get into the what auto in front of what your house. Then you can get into the, but objective is the main part. We need to achieve the objective. That can be done but by achieving the what effectiveness. Am I correct? Second one is efficiency. What is the efficiency? Input and output ratios. That is what pick me. We'll get late 5 minutes time, right? Efficiency means what you are going to do is when you compare between the two options, what it's basically the productivity, right? When you compare these two options, what pick me and the auto which is available next to your house, right? The pick me would be what more efficiency. Am I correct? Last option, economy. What is meant by economy? Public transport. That is the cheapest option. But if you focus on the economy, you won't be able to what? Achieve the objective. If you focus on the efficiency sometime, you won't be able to achieve the what? Objective. But you will be in the exam theater, but not on time. Am I correct? So this is all about what these three is with regard to the what non-profit organization measurement, right? Now you tell me, let's take another example. I need an answer from you. Let's take a national university or local schools, right? Local school. The government has a policy of recruit teachers. Recruit teachers. So the government has a policy, one teacher is needed for every 40 students. One teacher is needed for what? Every 40 students. Are you clear? Are you with me? Let's say you got 50 students. You got how many students? 50 students. What is meant by effectiveness? Hiring how many teachers? Hiring how many teachers? Government has a rule, right? Government has a rule to have a one teacher for every 40 students. Every 40 students. Let's say school has got what 50 students. Then to get the effectiveness, to get the objective done, how many teachers to be hired now? 2 teachers to be hired. Then only you can reach what your objective. You can separate into what 25, 25. It will be what more what effectiveness. Am I correct? Second one is what efficiency. What is exactly meant by efficiency? Using a one teacher. That's the ratio between what input and output. One teacher for what whole 50 students. You understand what I said? That is all about what? Efficiency. Productivity. The productivity is there. Am I correct? End of the day, the objective will be achieved. But the problem with what the quality. Am I correct? Last one is what? Economy. What is exactly meant by economy? You have a number of options. Number of options. Let's say you can hire trainee teachers. The rate is, the salary is what bit lower when compared with the what qualified teachers. You have options. Then if you are trying to focus on the economy, what you can do is you can hire a what? Two what? Teachers, trainee teachers, not the qualified teachers. Because two trainee teachers, still you can have what? 50 student, two teachers. Because the government has a policy of having what? 40 student in one class. Then you can hire a two what? Trainee teacher. With their salary is what? Comparatively lower than the what? Qualified or the what? Well experienced teachers. So that is all about what? Economy. The selecting the what? Best what? Option. Are you clear? Under any circumstances, don't forget effectiveness should have been what prioritized. Effectiveness should have been what prioritized. Also, don't forget stakeholder relationship can be but very complex. Different stakeholder expectation is what different. It will lead to a conflict sometimes. Right? Example, you can say what teacher higher salary, parents what quality educations, right? Government what cost minimizations. Governments wants to what reduce the cost. Am I correct? Therefore, it's what always getting what complex. So that is all about, but it's a only 1.5 page where in your study hub, right? That is all about what non-profit organization, but measuring the performances little what complicated, but we try to do one past paper question with regard to the what how are we going to tackle the questions where in the exam, how are we going to get the what performance measurement for the what non-profit organization by referring what that questions, right? Are you all okay, online students? Any idea what? Hmm. Can you read that question first, please? First part of the requirement is pretty straightforward. But the requirement is reconciliate between the budgeted amount to what actual amount. Shall we read the question first? Shall I start? Can you continue then? I'll start. You just continue the first part of the requirement, right? Woodside is a local charity dedicated to helping homeless people in large city. The charity owns and manages a shelter that provides free overnight accommodation for up to what 30 people. Offers free meals for each and every night of the year to homeless people who are unable to buy food. And runs a free advice center to help homeless people to find suitable housing and gain financial aid. Please highlight all these parts that is needed sometime when you're doing a interpretation with regard to the what non-profit organizations objectives, right? Woodside depends entirely on public donations. They're getting the donation from the what? Public. Money they are getting from what? Public. To finance its activities and had a fundraising target for last year of 700,000. Right, okay. Target revenue or target collections, right? Collections is how much? 700,000. Not actual. They have done the budget. This is what budget. Agree with me? The budget for the last year was based on the following forecast activity level expected cost. So they have given free meals provision 18,250 meals at a rate of what? $5 per meal. Correct? Overnight shelter is what? 10,000 bed nights at $30 per night. Advice center, the 3,000 sessions at $20 per sessions. Combining and advertising 150,000. They are also doing the what? Advertisement part. The budgeted surplus. What is meant by budgeted surplus? If the expected revenue is what? More than what? Expected cost, not actual. Not actual. We are not going to deal with the actual for the time being. So all this information has been provided with regard to the what? Budget. Budgeted income is how much? 700,000, and they have given the budgeted cost. Sometime it will be what? More than that. Sometime it will be what? Vice versa. But the problem, the question itself, it says what? Budgeted surplus. It's very clear. We are going to get what? Extra. We are going to get what? Extra income. Fundraising target less budgeted cost was expected to use to meet an unexpected cost. That's surplus. Surplus. Sorry. Surplus that they are going to use for what? Unexpected cost. Right? Included in the above figure, that's a bit of a problem. Above figure are fixed cost $5 per night for providing shelter. So look at the shelter. Shelter is how much? $30. Am I correct? Out of that $30, shelter, $30, the $5 has been included as a what? Fixed. The original shelter budgeted cost would be $25. Do you agree with me? Do you agree with me? Are you all with me, online students? Are you all with me? And $5 per advice sessions representing the fixed cost expected to be incurred by administration and maintaining the shelter. So then again, they have given what from the what advice center. Advice center. They say what $5 being included as a what fixed cost. Am I correct? Then advice center would be 20 minus 5, which would be how much? $15, right? Now we have got the total fixed cost, right? That is what? $10, $5 and $5. Do you agree with me? $5 plus $5 fixed cost, which is how much? $10. But the $10 we have a breakdown. 5 because of what? Shelter. How many shelter? 10,000. Am I correct? Therefore 50,000 is the total fixed cost. Here 5 times 3,000 sessions. 5 times 3,000, which would give you 15,000. Altogether how much? 65,000 as fixed cost. Is that understandable? Is that clear? Is that clear? Because I have not read the even what requirement, right? I just did some calculations. I just did some calculation and found the what some figures. The number of free meals provided at the number of beds occupied each night depends on the both the weather and the season or the year. Right? So it happens, no? Am I correct? In reality, it happens, right? Sometimes the off season you may give what less, right? Peak you may give what more, and the what weather conditions, and the what weather conditions. The Woodside charity has 3 full-time staff. They have what? 3 full-time staff. Excuse me. The people who are working in the non-profit organization, they will be given the what salary? They will be given the salary. You got my point. That will be about manager, that will be about staff, all those people which will be paid as about salary. They won't work as what? Free. Am I correct? They won't work as what? Free. But they are working over there, for they will be given what? Salary. It's one of the expenses as far as the company is concerned, right? Staff and large number of voluntary helpers. Voluntary helpers is there. For them anyway, we won't make any payment. Sometimes we may give a refreshment. We may give a food for the voluntary staff, right? That happens. Then on the other side, they have given the what? Actual information. Actual information. Do you agree with me? So they have given what is the free meals provisions, overnight shelter, advice center, campaigning and advertising. Actual, all the information being provided. Actual amount of the fundraise in the last year was what? 620,000. 620,000. But how much we expected? 7 lakhs. But actually we have received only how much? 620,000. Then there is a 80,000 adverse variance. Do you agree with me? 80,000 is what? Adverse variance from the what? Fundraising part itself. If you are facing a problem with the fundraising, then it's a bit of a problem for you to what provide the proper services for what your yes, homeless people, right? It's a problem. Why? You expected 700,000, but sometime it may also happen. You expected 700,000 from the what the donations, but you got only 720,000. You would have expected more cost, but actual cost may be what? Less than that. Then it's manageable. You got my point? Now the requirement A, prepare an operating statement reconciling the budgeted surplus and the actual shortfall. They have given already. There's a what? Budgeted surplus and the what? Actual shortfall, and discuss the charity performance over the last year. So first of all, what we have to do is we have to find out the budgeted cost. Budgeted cost. How to calculate? They have given you the information. First one is what? Free meal. Free meals provisions. 80,250 meals at a rate of what? 5. 18,250 times what? 5. That would give you how much? $91,250. Correct? What about shelter? What about the shelter? Come on. 10,000? No, no, no. Think, think, think. That's why I asked from you all. How much? 10,000 times? Yeah, 10,000 times what? That is a variable cost. Why they have given you based on the what numbers. Anything which is given based on the numbers, which is known as a what variable cost. But very, to be honest, I'm telling you, sometimes it's very difficult for us to find out whether to bring under variable or fixed cost, unless otherwise, if it is clearly what not mentions where in the question. But at the same time, from the some piece of information, it's gettable, right? But here, what I can tell you all is that shelter, yeah, overnight shelter being given based on the what bed nights. Therefore, we can also treat as a what one other variable cost. Therefore, overnight shelter, which is how much 10,000 beds at the rate of what, not 30, should be what 25. Therefore, $250,000. Likewise, can you quickly work for the budgeted cost quickly? Are you all with me, online students? Sanjana, are you okay with the network issue? Can you quickly continue? Next one is advice center. 3,000 times what? Advice center. Very good. It would be what? $50. That would give you how much? Sorry, 45,000. Next, you can put the what total fixed cost or fixed cost, which is how much? 10,000 times what? 5 plus 3,000 times 5, which is how much? $65,000. Next one is what? Combining and what? Advertising, which is how much? 150,000. Now you can get the what? Total expected what? Cost. Expected cost. How much? Six lakhs 1,250. Expected fundraising target. Expected fundraising fund. Expected fund. How much? 7 lakh. Now there's a shortfall. Am I correct? How much the shortfall? Sorry, surplus, no? Surplus. Surplus. So we expected 700,000. Our cost we have expected only 600 and 1,250. Therefore, surplus amount is how much? 98, 750. We thought of using this for unexpected cost. Agree with me? Agree with me? That is what they have given in the question. Look at the first para. First para, what they say? The budgeted surplus, budgeted fundraising target less budgeted cost was expected to be used to meet the any unexpected cost. Right, let's have a break. Take a break. We'll continue right after the break. Right. Right. Now what you can do is you can try for the actual cost. You can try for the what? Actual cost. Can you all get the actual cost, please? I will got the actual cost. It's given, no? Free meals is how much, overnight shelter is how much. One by one, you just calculate what is the total actual cost. It's given in the questions, no? Yeah. All the costs should have been taken to the what actual figures. What is the meals provision cost, overnight shelter cost, advice center cost, fixed cost, campaigning and advertising. All these costs is actual information is given, no? Budget already I have explained to you. I think it's Sanjana, 636,980. What about? Let's check it. Have you? Okay. Sanjana just double check. She has got 639,000, 36,980. Correct? We'll double check. No worries. We are working for the actual cost. Yes, got the answer. 636,980. 90. Sanjana, that is what actual cost. So I have shown you the budgeted cost. Just work for the actual cost. They got 636,980. Just double check whether you have got the same answer or not. Can you work for the actual cost quickly, guys? Sanjana, have you got the same answer or different? Same answer. Very good. Then I think answer should be correct. Actual cost. Actual cost. You know they have given free meals provision. Free meals provisions. 20,000 meals at a rate of 5.2. Correct? Which would give you how much per meal? Which would give you how much? You didn't do, you did the calculation. You got the total only. Then how you have got the correct answer then? Right? Total variable cost, which is how much? All right, given. Yeah. No problem. That's correct. It's not wrong. 104,000. But I'm just putting the breakdown. That's all. Right? Second one is what they have given you the what? Overnight shelter. Overnight shelter. How much? 2,23,380. But they have given the breakdown 8,760 at the rate of 25.50. Am I correct? Next one is what? Advice center. Advice center. Which is how much? $61,600. Next one is fixed cost, which is how much? 83,000. Next one is what? Combining and what? Advertising. Correct? Which is how much? 65,000. Now you can get the what? Total cost. Am I correct? Which is how much? Actual cost is 6,36,980. But actual fund raised, how much? Actual fund raised. Sorry? 6,20,000. Now there's a shortfall from the actual. How much the shortfall? Shortfall of how much? $16,980. Is that understandable? Sanjana, are you okay? Okay, superb, superb. What about Malavika, Emily, Arokya? Have you got the same answer? What is the requirement? Can you read the requirement again? Go back to the requirement, please. Okay, already we have calculated budgeted surplus, which was how much budgeted surplus? 98,750. And we have got the what actual shortfall, which is how much? 16,980. Now we are going to prepare the reconciliation statement. Am I correct? Quickly take down. I'm going to start. You just continue how to prepare the reconciliations. You know, we have done that part in the standard costing. Preparing the reconciliation statement between budgeted contribution to actual contribution or budgeted profit to actual contribution. Sorry, actual profit. What are the differences between budget and actual? How to do the reconciliations? From the budget, how can we derive the actual? By adjusting what? What's the difference between actual and budget? What do you call for that? The difference. Very good. Variances. It's what variances. Therefore, if you are able to adjust all the variances from the what budget to actual, you should get the what same answer, or from vice versa. Either way, it can be done. From the budget, you can work for actual, or from the actual, you will have to work for budget. You remember, when you are working from the budget, all favorable variances will be added, all adverse variances will be subtracted. You all agree with me? Now, to prepare this reconciliation statement, this is the way we are going to prepare the operating statement. Operating statement, right? Let's start from the what budgeted surplus, which is how much? 98,750. Now we are going to adjust all the variances. Then we are going to get what? Actual shortfall. Agree with me? Actual shortfall. We should get the same answer. So now we have to work for the what? Variances. We have to work for the what? Variances. Let's get started from the what? First one is what? Free meals provided. Am I correct? Free meals provided. First one, what is the budgeted cost? 91,200 sorry. $91,250. And you know the actual cost, which is how much? 1,04,000. What is the difference? Here 4,000, there are 8,750. Altogether 12,750. Happy or sad? Happy or sad? Adverse or favorable? Adverse. Likewise, you have to calculate the variances for what? All the what? Cost element. You have what? Material. So sorry, meals provisions. Second, you have what? Overnight shelter. You have what? Advice center. You have what? Fixed cost. You have what? Advertisement. Combining and advertisement. Calculate the variances. Just adjust with the what? From the budgeted surplus. Also, don't forget to calculate these variances. What are the main variants? That is what? Funding shortfall. Funding shortfall variance. Shortfall. What is the funding shortfall? Actual fund raised how much? Actual fund raised 620. But budgeted fund 700,000. Correct? The difference is what? 80. Are you happy or sad? Sad, which is what? Bad. Adverse. Correct? Likewise, calculate all the variances and just adjust and see whether you are getting the correct answer or not. Can I go ahead quickly? Are you all done? Well, have completed. Let me know whether it's reconciling or not. Then I can put on the screen. Is it reconciling? No. Then the bit of a problem with your calculations. Otherwise, it should get reconciled, right? Let's check. Next one is what? Overnight shelter. Am I correct? Overnight shelter. Overnight shelter. What is the actual cost? Overnight shelter. 20. No, actual cost is 200. 223, 380, no? Huh? That's pretty. Okay. 380. And budgeted cost? 250. Yes, 250,000. Therefore, difference 26,000. 20 favorable. Agree with me? What is the next one? Advice center. Correct? Advice center. Center. Yes, shortfall 16,980. Right. Next one is what? Advice center. Actual is how much? 61,600. Budget 45,000. The difference 16,600. Correct. Adverse. Am I correct? Then we have combining and advertising. Am I correct? Combining and advertising. Actual, budget. Actually is how much? 1,50,000. 65,000. Budget 50,000. Therefore, difference is 15,000 adverse. Correct? Next one is what? Fixed cost. Fixed cost. Actual fixed cost is how much? 83,000. Budget 55,000. Therefore, difference adverse. Am I correct? Adverse. Now, shall we prepare the reconciliation statement? Shall we? Okay. First one is a free meal. Already I have put the statement over here. So I can share this answer. So one by one we have calculated everything. Quickly copy down these variances first. Right? Is it reconciling now? Not yet. Right, okay. Let's double check. Budget surplus 98,750 already we found. Am I correct? Now first one is about funding shortfall. Funding shortfall, which is how much? 80,000 adverse. Am I correct? Negative. Next one is what? Free meals. How much? 12,750 favorable. Right. Next one is what? Overnight shelter. 26,000 favorable. Correct. Next one is the advice center. 16,600 adverse. The favorable should have been what? Free meals is what? Adverse or favorable? Both should be adverse, no free meals. Adverse. Free meals is adverse. Shelter favorable. This advice center 60,600 adverse. Correct. Combining and advertising. How much? Adverse. Correct. Next one is what? Fixed cost. 18,000 adverse. Fixed cost. 18,000 adverse. All adverse should have been what? Subtracted. All favorable should have been added. Now let's get the what? Actual shortfall. Shortfall. How much? Where you went wrong there? That is this answer. But the question is, the requirement is not clear. What you wanted to prepare, because we have been discussing the what operating statement on all only what standard costing. So now they have brought this part with the what not profit organizations. Sanjana, are you okay? Malavika? If you are getting a wrong answer, which means what somewhere you all have made mistakes. But sometime somewhere they would have given you what breakdown, price, usage, likewise, but it's not necessary. Good, very good. What about Malavika, Navya, Rachana? Navya, are you clear? Now you have to do a small interpretations with regard to your results, right? How the variances should have been what explained. You can start from the what funding shortfall. Am I correct? So the actually you expected how much funding shortfall. You remember Actual fundraise what 620,000, but you have expected how much? 700,000. Because you know why? You try to because you will set the budget based on what your estimation. Therefore, you would have set your budget based on what you have expected, what as an what income. That is what donations. You expected how much? 700,000. End of the day, you have got what? 620,000. That's 80,000 adverse variance being reported from the what? Fundraising. Right? Then again, you can discuss one by one each element. You can talk about what free meals. Free meals is giving you 11,750 adverse. Sorry, 12,750. So now you can say what 12,750 means the actual cost being increased almost how many percentage? How much? How many percentage? You have to do a small interpretation. Start with the fundraising, right? In here which show the fundraising fall 80,000, right? Expected fund was 700,000, whereas actual fund only 620,000. That has been reported as about 80,000 adverse variances. As far as Woodside charity perspective, the budget which would be set, right? Budget which would be set based on the what? Expected fundraising. Expected what? Fundraising. So if you knew in advance we are going to get only what's less than that amount, then the target, the people would be what? Less than that. Am I correct? Also, the meals that you are going to provide, you have expected some amount. Am I correct? What is the amount that you have expected? Expected amount is what? Per meal $5. Then you have planned to go for 18,250 meals. Am I correct? That was your plan. But if you knew that part in advance that you're going to get what less than what you have expected amount, you could have said what you could have planned for what less number of meals. Do you agree with me? Less number of meals. Then you could have what minimized the what variances. Am I clear to you? So the second part, free meals provision cost. Actual free meal provision cost 12,750 more than budgeted. Within the bracket, you can say what 14% more than originally planned. That is due to two reasons. Actual price paid for the meal is what higher than expected. And number of meals provided is more than what expected, which is almost 1,750. Excuse me. Likewise, each and every element you'll have to explain. So I have explained to you only the one components over there, which is what free meals. So what I said, it's very clear. Fundraising was 80,000 less than what was what expected. Already, this Woodside charity planned their budget based on the what expected fundraising, right? So that's the reason they have set the target to give what 18,250 meals. But end of the day, they have given what more than what they have planned, right? Then again, what the rate for the meals they expected $5, but end of the day they paid what $5.2. So likewise, you can talk about the what shelter. Shelter, it's favorable. So that is what 26,620 is what favorable. That is a good sign. The shelter costs less than what was what budgeted. Am I correct? The reason because it is basically saving for the company. Am I correct? Saving for the company. Because you know why it happened? Two reasons, right? If you look at shelter, we planned 10,000, right? We planned 10,000 at the rate of how much? $5. But sorry, shelter how much? $25. $25. But we paid more than that. But if you look at the rate perspective, it's giving you what adverse. On the other side, what the quality of the shelter, you would have what paid what more than that. But overall variance being reported as a what favorable. It's a good sign. It's a saving for the this charity organization. Right? Likewise, line by line, you'll have to explain. Clear? Shall we jump into the what next part of the requirement? Can you read? Which is only what problems. Right. What are the problems for this Woodside, the not-profit organization? What are the problems that they are facing? One problem that it's very clear, preparation of the budgets. Do you agree with me? The budget preparations being done based on the what estimated one. But if you look at the actual, it's a different. Am I correct? So then you will be facing the problem with the what preparations of what budgets. Also, if you look at the objective of this, Woodside charity, their objective is what not financial motive. Am I correct? What is their main objective? Helping the homeless and homeless people. Am I correct? Helping the what homeless people, providing the what shelter as well as what food. That is their what main objective. It's not profit oriented. So when it comes to not profit oriented, you have to find out the lots of what problem. One problem, finding the shelter for the what lower rent. So economy is much more important. Am I correct? Second one is what efficiency. You have to get the more output than the what input. Productivity. Then the finding the proper meals, quality meals. So when you are giving, because as you are giving as a free, you can't give the poor quality meals. Am I correct? That should be a basic standard when they are giving you other meals. Am I correct? So likewise, there are a number of factors. Controlling costs. That is very difficult because controlling costs, it's not in your hand. No, you'll agree with me. It's outside market. Anything can happen when the outside market. Since you are not making the meals, you are getting the meals from the what third party. You are hiring the shelter from the what third party. Therefore, controlling cost is what not in your hand. Am I correct? So these are the problem. And again, what as I said, collecting information. These are the problem that this particular Woodside charity organization is going to experience. Right? Quickly, we'll mark this idea. Take down. Woodside charity must recognize must recognize must recognize that the primary objectives of these organizations Essentially, essentially, non-financial. Here the objectives relate to, here these objectives relate to helping the homeless people. Therefore, financial management should focus on value for money. Value for money. What is meant by value for money? Very good. Effectiveness, efficiency, and economic. This means that resources must be found economically in order to keep input costs as low as possible. As low as possible. Also, resources must be used as efficiently as possible, in providing the services offered by these charity. Full stop and continue. The following problem also can be highlighted. First one is what? Preparing budget. Next one is what? Controlling cost. Next one is what? Collecting information. Right? So that part should have been interpreted in detail for each and every. What are the problems that you are going to face when you are preparing the budget? Because when you were preparing the budget, you would prepare a budget based on the what? Expected what? Donations. Expected what? Fund. But an actual fund may be what? Totally different. Am I correct? That should have been explained. Then again, you can talk about what second I said, what? Controlling the cost. Since all the items that you are getting from the what? Third party, am I correct? It's not in your control of what? Controlling the cost. One option that you have to control the cost, you'll have to find out the place where you can get the meals for the what? Lowest price. Economical what? Price. Or you can find out the shelter where you can get the what? Lower rate. So these are the points that needs to be highlighted each and every part that I have given as an additional. Last one, balanced scorecard. Anybody who knew what is exactly meant by balanced scorecard? Balanced scorecard. Anybody who knew? You all have not come across this terminology before? Seriously? Even schools? Right, it's one of the very important techniques, right? When it comes to upper level also, you may be discussing in detail. Here we have a small part of what our discussions. So with that, we try to do one essay type question and we will finish it off. But if they are going to test you the balance scorecard, it should have been given as a 120 marks question. Right? That's the way it can be tested. Or they may ask the question as an OTQ, what is the component comes under different perspective. Right? There's a chance of what getting the questions like that. Right? So what is all about the balance scorecard? If you look at the balance scorecard, first you should know what is the why balance scorecard. First, let's talk about first why balance scorecard. Before we get started with the what is the balance scorecard, let's talk about why balance scorecard. Traditionally, when you are assessing the performance of the organizations or division, always you try to focus on the financial performance measurement, KPIs, key performance indicator. What is meant by key performance indicator? It should be measurable criteria. It should be what? Measurable criteria. What is exactly meant by measurable criterion? Gross profit margin. What is that? Because if you want to assess that, you remember, we have been discussing this part where under investment center. We were discussing about the what? Performance of the what? Divisions. When you were assessing the performance of the division, we use a one technique called what? Return on investment. So we said what the first division is 10%, second division is what? 15%. Therefore, second division return on investment is what? More than the what? First division, which means what? The return that they have generated from their investment is a bit higher. Then you would say what? That is one of the best divisions. But later we will be discussing the problem, right? Whether they are working for a what company's objective or the divisional, that we discuss in detail. What I'm trying to tell you here, whenever we traditionally talk about the what performance measurement, always in our mind says what? Financial performance. Get about everything, right? Your exam. If you focus on the exam, your expectation is what? We'll have to get through the exam. Numbers. We should get these marks. Numbers. Am I correct? So now, why this is balanced scorecard? When you are traditionally assessing the performance of the organization, always you focus on the what? Financial KPIs, key performance indicator. But these financial performance measurements are having lots of problems. One problem I will highlight to you, it does not talk about the company's vision, company's missions. Am I correct? It is entirely based on the what? Numbers. Numbers are subjective. It can be manipulated. Do you agree with me? If you want to show the higher numbers or lower numbers by using the different account, they are subjective because they are vulnerable for what? Changes. Am I correct? Then again, this will not be highlighted the inflation. What do you say? For this example, let's say last year your profit is 10,000. This year profit is 12,000. Are you happy or sad? Happy or sad? Last year profit was 10,000. This year profit is 12,000. You would say what? Profit has been increased by what? $2,000. Or if you want to put it in terms of percentage, 20% profit. You are happy. But on the same time, on the other side is inflation is what? 50%. Have you all achieved the target? Then no. If you do a detailed analysis, that will reveal it has not achieved the what goal, because the inflation is 50%, profit growth is only what 20%. But that has not. Did we discuss that part where in our previous chapter? Or in your financial accounting, you are preparing the financial accounting. You prepare the consolidation. You prepare the ratios. Everything what you have done was what only the focusing the what financial numbers. If the financial numbers are moving, right, increasing, you will be putting the happy face. Am I correct? But these financial measures is not talking about the company's strategy. Is it talking about the company's strategy? Is it talking about the company's vision? Am I correct? Also, it can be what manipulated. Then in 1978, I believe, right, Norton and Kaplan, right, who introduced a method to evaluate the real performances of the what businesses, performance measurement, as well as for control purposes. You can't go only with the what financial. You'll have to come up with the what non-financial measurement as well. What is exactly meant by non-financial performance measurement? Whether your customers are satisfied or not. Am I correct? Whether your customers are satisfied. Do we talk about the customer satisfaction when we are preparing the financial statement? Do we talk about the innovation aspect of the what businesses? Do we talk about the what labor turnover where in the financial statement? Nothing. But non-financial, what they say, but they say completely you don't need to but eliminate the what financial. With the financial, what the balance scorecard is teaching us, with the financial performance measurement, just try to focus the non-financial performance measurement as well. That is the beauty of what balance scorecard. Therefore, balance scorecard, which will assess financial performance as well as what non-financial performance measure. If I want to tell you the truth, if I want to, place the finger on that part in detail, what is exactly meant by balance scorecard, what is exactly meant by non-financial performance measurement, entire financial performance measurement is depending on what non-financial performance measurement. I'm asking the simple question. I want to make a profit. To make a profit, what do I want first? What is the main requirement to make a profit? Very good. I need a customer. So as much as if I'm increasing my customers' numbers, I can but get profit. Do you agree with me? Now you tell me how to get the customer. Can I go and start the business where in the market? Can I get the customer? Or the people who are coming to my what place, I'll have to make them what? Happy. I'll have to make them what? Happy. How can I make them happy? I'll have to give my what? Quality service. I'll have to give my quality service. So how to give a quality service? Why I'm giving a quality service? Just to make my customer to be what? Happy. If I make my customer to be happy, I can get more sales. I can get what? More profit. You got my point. Right? If I want to make this customer to give a quality and proper service, what is exactly meant by proper service? I can't keep on doing the same thing again. I'll have to something, I'll have to give up what? New. Am I correct? So if I want to give something new and something faster, I'll have to introduce some new product to the market. If I bring the new product to the market, what will happen? My numbers will increase. If I increase the numbers, what will happen? My profit will increase. That is all about what? Balance scorecard. So what I'm telling is, if you want to increase your profit, if you want to increase your sales, that's purely depending on what? Focusing the what? Non-financial performance. By doing the by focusing the what? Non-financial performance measurement, every non-financial performance measurement, we can bring it to what? Under 3 headings. Apart from the financial perspective, we can bring it to the what? Non-financial perspective under 3 headings. First one is what? customer's perspective. For each and every perspective, we need to identify the critical success factor. So customers, if I look at the customer's perspective, I'll have to identify what is the critical success factor that is having with regard to the what? Customer's perspective. That is what? Customer satisfaction. Right? So by having the critical success factor, that success factors has to be assessed. Has to be what? Assessed. How to assess the customer satisfaction? Very good. That is what? Very simple English word. Getting the what? How many complaints that we have received from the what? Customers. That is what is known as key performance indicators, KPIs. How are we going to evaluate the critical success factor? The way of valuing the customer satisfaction or the what? Critical success factor by having the what? Key performance indicator. Key performance indicators mean what? It's a what? Quantified technique. It's not qualitative. Qualitative means what? Critical success factor. KPI is what? Quantified technique. Measurable criterion. It should be what? Measurable criterion. It can be what? In terms of what? Numbers, or it can be what? In terms of what? Ratios, percentages, anything that can be applied. So by having the KPIs, then you can realize what? Your critical success factor. By having the critical success factor, you can realize what? Your strategy. By realizing your strategy, you can realize what? Your objectives. By realizing your objective, you can achieve what? Your mission. Finally, you can realize the what? Strategy. Sorry, finally you can achieve what? Your vision. I'm sorry. Understand what I said? Therefore, this non-financial performance measurement part, which we can classify into three parts. One is a customer's perspective. Second one is internal process perspective. Internal process perspective. Third one is what? Learning and growth perspective. Learning and growth perspective. Right. Let's talk about a small example, a restaurant. Right? I'm going to bring this restaurant example under these four perspectives. Right? You're going to open up a restaurant. You're going to assess the performance of this restaurant. So your financial objective, financial goal would be what? Profit. Agree with me? What is the critical success factor? Increasing what? Sales, or increasing what? Profit. What are the key performance indicators? Profit percentage. Am I correct? Market share. There are a number of what? KPIs, key performance indicators, to evaluate the what? Financial performance indicator. Therefore, the restaurant, go back to the example. Restaurant, your main intention is what? You need to increase your profit. Right? So if you want to increase your profit, what is the next part? You should have a customers. You should have what? Customers. So if you want to maintain the customer, you will have to make them a what? Satisfied. Customer satisfaction is what? Much more important. If you are making, or if you are trying to make them to satisfy, you will have to make your internal processes to be what? Perfect. You'll have to reduce what? Your cost. So I can put it this way. What is exactly meant by internal process? Let's say the customer is walking to what? Your restaurant. He is placing the order. Can you tell them to wait for 1 hour? Can you keep your kitchen 1 kilometer away from your dining table? I'm asking from you. You have to make your internal process to be what? Perfect. If your internal process, if the customer who placed the order, you can tell them we will give you what fresh and the hot your food in 5 minutes time. Wait for 5 minutes time. So in 5 minutes time, you can go with the what starter. Am I correct? So you can get a what your internal process to be what perfect, to be clean, right? To provide a what customers requirement, make them to what happy. If you're making them to happy, you can what increase your what profit. My questions: can you keep on serving the same meals for every time? Can you get a new customer? I'm asking, can you come up with the same dishes for every time? No, you will have to introduce a what new dishes. That is what is known as innovations, learning and growth. Also, what you should learn from the what mistakes. Since you are going to deal with the what your employees, they should get trained properly. Everything coming under what learning and growth perspective. So if you are introducing the new product, if you are the labor force are what well trained, they will deliver the goods on time or the food on time to the what your customer. That is what your internal process is what perfect. If the internal process is perfect, your customer will be what satisfied. If the customer is satisfied, ultimately you can what achieve your financial objective. This is all about what scorecard, which was initially introduced by Norton and Kaplan 1978, and ever since then all the academics, scholars, right, different professional, they're practicing with this what balanced scorecard. This is one of the best technique to evaluate or check the assess the what performance of the organization, financial perspective as well as what non-financial perspective. But don't ever think always one key performance indicator for what all the organization. No. If you look at the exam focus, you may be given a different example. Because I took the example for the what restaurant. It will be about even an institute. If you look at what is Aripro, their ultimate objective, their vision, mission, everything is what? Maximizing the profit. How to maximize the profit? They should get the what? Customer base. That's the reason they are getting the feedback from you. Why they are getting the feedback? Just going to check that they are compliant. How about the customer? But you are compliant. If the compliance is what coming down, you are happy. Your pass rate is high, you are happy. Am I correct? Am I clear to you all? How to make your pass rate and how are we going to make you all to be happy? We should have a what proper air conditioned classroom. We should have a what proper lecturers. Am I correct? And we can't keep on providing only but one program. That's the reason these people are having what number of programs. In future they may be starting but new program. They can't go always with the what same product. We have already learned in life cycle costing, every product has about 4 paces. One day or Sunday or Monday, it should but decline. Whether we like it or not, we'll have to go with the fact. The whole part of what is balance go part. That's the reason I had a bit of an argument with you with regard to the beyond budgeting. Beyond budgeting, what it's saying, right? I don't know, because it's not a contradict statement. Ultimately, beyond budgeting and the balance scorecards are coming together. These two are coming what together, right? Why? What the beyond budgeting says? Don't always go and target for what financial figures. Focus on the what non-financial figures as well. Am I correct? That is the summary of what balance scorecard. But in your study hub, it has not been given in depth. Given only the basic what is meant by balance scorecard. What are the 4 elements under balance scorecard? One is what financial perspective. Another one is what non-financial. Under non-financial, there are 3 categories. One is a customer's perspective. Another one is what internal business process perspective. Third one is what? Learning and growth or innovations perspective. Because the growth is always depending on what? The way that you are rectifying your mistake. Am I correct? Growth, you tell me. If you are keep on doing your question, your growth depends on what? How you are rectifying what your mistakes. If you keep on doing the same mistakes again, you can't go forward. Company also same thing. Company also what? Same thing. This is the whole part of what your performance management. So before we get start with the questions, you remember what we have discussed under. Are you all with me, online students? But don't forget the KPIs are different for organization to organization. Why it's different? Why do we say the KPIs for the one organization is different from another organization? You know what is meant by KPIs, key performance indicators. So if you look at financial perspective, KPI is what? Net profit margin or gross profit margin or sales what? Growth. These are what? The way of evaluating the what? Critical success factor. I'm asking the simple question from you. Let's say this is 2023. This is 2024, right? Customer compliance, right? Let's say 2023 is 100, 2024 is 120. What exactly happened? Customer complaint has been increased or decreased or same? Increase. Have we achieved the goal now? No. But you would say what? We have not achieved the goal. But as a management accounting perspective, we need to investigate further on this. So we should check this 2023. We got the what 100 complaint from the number of customers. Let's say here we had about 1000 customers. From 1000 customer, our complaint is what 100, which is how many percentage? 10%. But let's say in number of customers, what 2024, let's say 2000. Then how many percent? 6%. Therefore, most often the relative measurement, which would give you the what best results than the what absolute measurement. So this is the way we do assess the what performance of the businesses. Performance of the businesses. Arokya, are you with me? Malavika? I think no notes has been shared to you all, no? On the study material, just take. It comes under fourth chapter. Based on the ACCA hub, it comes under fourth chapter. Sorry. Balance scorecard is not in the fourth chapter. It comes under not-profit organizations. After not-profit organization, or it comes under performance measurement. Performance measurement. You can access the hub, no? right? It is there under further aspect of what performance measurement, but not in detail. That's what I've told you. But some other professional bodies, we have what in detail. So I asked one question from you all. Why organization to organization, the KPIs are getting different? What's the reason? The organization A's KPIs is different from B's KPIs. Why? What's the reason? Very good, but very close, not close enough. One is a different business model because the different companies having a different vision. So if they are having a different vision, they can go and work for the what? Same KPIs. You got my point. Therefore, this is the smart, framework, smart framework. First, we should have about KPIs. Why do we have KPIs? To check whether we have achieved the what? Critical success factor. After having the critical success factor, we will develop the what? Strategy. Why do we develop the strategy? To achieve what? Objective. By having or realizing the what? Objective, we can realize the what? Mission. By realizing the mission, we can realize the what? Vision. I don't want to teach you what is meant by objective, what is meant by strategy, what is meant by mission, vision, which you have done very basic level. I will share you one question for the time being. I'll try to do that one. Can you read these questions and can you try? I just want to get the answer. First, you read the questions from A to Z. I need answer from you all. So how are we going to structure our answers? Right? Let me know that part. I'm not going to dictate the answer for these questions, but I will be getting the answer from you. Unless otherwise you are not providing the answer, we can't go home. Have you all read the questions? Sanjana, Malavika, have you all read the questions? I have clearly told you, I'm trying to get the answers from you all, not myself, right? Okay, just have a look. The People's Bank is a bank based on the country of Navkray. I don't know how to read. Navkray. Correct. It has total of 65 branches across the country and also offers online banking, access to the service via computer, and telephone banking, access to the customer service agent over the telephone to its customer. Recently, the People's Bank also began offering its customer range to mobile banking services, which can be accessed from customers' smartphone and tablet computers. Customer base is made up both private individual and business customers. That is their target customers. The range of services, number of products. What are the number of products? Current account, saving account, credit card, business personal loans, mortgages. These are their products, number of products. Also, now apart from the 65 branches, they are having some other but way of providing the services, some other alternative ways. Those alternative ways under which category that is falling? Under which section that is falling? It's a what part of innovations, no? It's part of what innovation. You are going to give services to your customer. Am I correct? With the different ways, new ways even. They don't physically come to what? Your branch. They can do all their activities from home. Am I correct? It's part of what? Innovations. Do you all agree with me? The People's Bank's vision is to be the bank that gives back its customer. That is their vision. They have given the bank that gives back to its customer, right? And their purpose is to help the people and the businesses of now create to live better lives and achieve their ambitions. In order to achieve this, the bank's values are stated as putting customer needs first, which involves anticipating and understanding the customer needs and making product and services accessible to as many customers as possible. The People's Bank has recently invested heavily in IT security to prevent fraud. That, what is that? Is there a financial perspective? Under which perspective that comes? Bank has recently invested heavily in IT security to prevent what? Fraud. Non-financial, that's correct. Under non-financial, under which section that is falling? Is it a customer's perspective or the internal process perspective or learning and growth perspective? Very good. Internal process, business what? Perspective. They are making what their internal process to be what? Perfect to avoid or to eliminate what? Fraud. Prevent what? Fraud. Second point, making a those are very important points to develop a what? Balanced scorecard. If you do not know those points, you can't develop a balanced scorecard, right? You can't assess the performances. So that should have been what clearly, because we are going to take the answer from the case. So we can't go and write what is given where in your what study hub, or what I have dictated, right? You will have to take the answers from what the case itself, right? Making business is simple, which involves identifying opportunities to simplify activities and communicating clearly and openly. Making difference to the communities they serve, which involves primarily helping the disadvantages and new homeowners, but also supporting the small and medium-sized businesses and acting fairly and responsibility at all times. At all times, right? Then for performance measurement, they have given the target and they have given the actual. This performance can be measured organization to another organization. Do you agree with me? One organization to another organization, or it can be checked with the 1 year to another year, or it can be what checked with the what target to what budget to what actual, budget to what actual. So here they are going to evaluate the performances between what actual and the budget, actual and the budget. Financial perspective, target ROCE is how many percentage? Yeah, 12. How many percent we have achieved? Have we achieved the objective? No. Why we haven't got achieved this ROC? What are the reasons? Why? Why could not? Why we couldn't achieve the what? Financial objective? Yes, maybe one reason is your operating costs would have been what higher than what you have predicted, or your the sales being generated would have been what lower than what you have expected, right? You will agree with me. That is the thing that you need to, or there's a one point they say what uh, the People's Bank has recently invested heavily in IT security to prevent the what fraud. They would have done the what? That must be the reason, right? That must be the reason. Since they have done the heavy investment where in the IT, the ROC means what it will decline. Why it will get decline? Capital employed what will increase? Numerator and the denominator. That's the way you'll have to structure what you answer. Are you all with me, online students? Are you all with me, online students? So look at what I'm doing here. I'm just checking the performances. I'm going back to the case and finding why it has what increase, why it has what decrease, right? What are the reasons? How that part to be connected with what our case? So here the one reason return on capital employed has been what decreased than the what, but it's more marginal. That is what marginal, right? Marginal. That would have happened because of what your capital employment what would have increased because of what the investment that you made what in IT. Am I correct? Then second one is what interest income. Interest income, it's quite what happy face, which is giving you what 0.5 million what increase. So that maybe you would have got a what new customer base. Am I correct? So or you would have introduced a what new product in the market with the which is the what very high interest, that you would have what no interest income in, you would have given a what lower interest rate to the what your customer. By giving the lower interest, you would have got what more customer base. You all agree with me? So say for an example, you are having a bank, right? Other person also having a bank, right? You are saying my interest is 10%, and other bank says their interest is what 12%. Most of the customer is walking into what your bank, since you are charging only 10%. But you think one way, because already we have learned price and demand. Am I correct? Price and demand. By reducing the price, we can get what more what sales. That would have been the reason we have got the what more interest income. You got my point. Am I clear to you? Next one is net interest margin. Margin achieved on the interest income. So that has been what reduced. because our what maybe what I don't know how it has been calculated, net interest margin. 2.5% has become but 2.4%. So it's marginal. Am I correct? It's marginal, but it should go forward. Then only it's a good thing. Am I correct? It has been reduced due to some reasons. Maybe what I can tell you. Uh, I don't know how it has been calculated, that percentage. It has not been shown over here. If they are calculating that the net interest margin from the what total income or the total sales, don't know, right? So then since ROC is decreased means sometime, but your sales income is what lower. So still that point is what not clear. No need to do the interpretation. In one sentence, you can say what interest margin has been what reduced. That's all. Sorry. Yeah, but I don't know margin achieved on interest income. The interest income is given, no, 7 million was target, but now our interest income has been increased to 7.5. But on the other side, that interest margin has been reduced. Obviously, it should increase, no? Don't know that margin how they have calculated. You got my point. Therefore, you can give that part with what blindly that it has been what reduced to some due to the what less amount of what sales, or else you can skip that point. You know why it's not clear, no? Better skip that point. But you can talk about what those two, ROC and the what interest income. Interest income. So when you're talking about the ROC, you will have to highlight that point. You made an investment for what? IT. That's the reason ROC you would have what? Reduced. Interest income has been increased due to the what? You have come in the market to gain the capital, competitive what? Edge. Competitive edge. You could have brought with the what? Lower interest rate to what your product. Then you would have got what? More customer base. You would have got what? More customer base. Those are the reasons for what? Financial perspective. Am I correct? Now let's talk about the what? Next one, customer's perspective. Am I correct? Look at the customer's perspective. Number of first time home buyers given the mortgage by the People's Bank, 86,000, but you expected what? 80,000. So that is what the best thing. You have got what? More customer. You have got what? More customer. Customer base has been what? Increased. Number of complaints per 1,000 customer. Target was 2, but only we got what? 1.5 from the every 1,000 customer base. It's a what? Very good sustainable move. It's a what? Sustainable move, because the customer complaint has been what? Reduced, which means what? We made them to what? Happy. We made them to what? Happy. That will support us to get what? Financial objective. Do you agree with me? Next one is a number of talking cash point installed for the visually impaired. A number of wheelchair ramps installed in the branches. Those are which anyway it has been increased than the what these things. Therefore, customers' perspective is what? Very good thing. It has been what? Improved completely. It has been improved what? Completely. Line by line, you will have to explain under customers' perspective. Third one is what? Internal process. So number of business process within People's Bank re-engineered and simplified is what? 100 has become what? 110. It has been what? Improved than the what? Expected one. Number of new service made available through the mobile banking, but that has been reduced. That internal process what? It has been what? Reduced. That's not a what? A good thing. Am I correct? Total carbon dioxide emissions 400,000, but actually is how much? 430,000. Therefore, are you happy with that part? No, you are not happy with that part. It has been what? Increased. So the company should find out the way of what? To eliminating what? That part, or reduce. I'm sorry, not eliminating, reducing that part, right? Next one is a learning and growth perspective. Number of colleagues trained to provide what advice? It was what? 1,500. Now it has what? Reduced. That's not a good thing. Number of hours used to what? Support community projects. It has been improved. It has been what? Improved. Number of trainee position taken by the candidate from Naukri most disadvantaged area. It has been declined. Oh, but it's only marginal. Do you agree with me? Number of community organizations support either through the what funding or volunteers from the People's Bank, it has been what improved. So the learning and growth part, some part which needs to be improved, some part it's what favorable condition. That's the way you'll have to structure your answer. But when you are structuring the answer, you'll have to place a finger on the what case. From the case, each and every point, whether we have achieved or not achieved, why we have not achieved, what the case saying. That is the point. Am I clear to you? So that is all about what my side. Tomorrow, having a plan to what discuss the what revision. Right. What I'm going to do tomorrow's class, we will be doing some questions because I didn't talk too much of the theories over here since it's manageable for yourself, right? But as a courtesy, I have completed one past paper question from each area, right? But as I have told you earlier, I don't know how far that will be tested under section C. Out of what almost 18 topics, any 2 topics which would be tested under section C. Am I correct? Any 2 topics which would be tested under section C. Please make sure this part thoroughly, right? Then only it's easy for you to what get through the exam, because some of them are, still have not yet started for what you exam. You are having exam what March 5th, right? Now you have a very short period, right? Short period, but you have to get prepared with almost what 16 to 17 chapters. Or if I put it a very, very, understandable language, there are almost 22 chapters to be covered. 22 chapters to be covered, right? So target every day at least 2 to 3 topics. 2 to 3 topics. Try your level best to complete the all past papers question. Also, a very important thing that needs to be highlighted with regard to what your writing skill. Some students are struggling to do our writing part, but you think I can write. Until you start to write, you can't write. Because I thought the initial stage, I thought that you all were very good in writing, but later after giving the question, I realized, but that is not sufficient. Even only Sanjana, who gave me the one complete answers for the whole part. That's the tone you should set to the what you examiner. Because whenever you are giving the answers to the examiner, you will have to make them to not to ask the second question for the theory based questions. But numbers, of course, as long as if you are given the correct answer, marks will be provided, right? Therefore, based on the past papers, what I can tell you all, 70 to 30 almost, or 65 to 35. 65 as a what numbers, 35 as a what theories. You'll have to balance both. Also, don't go for the exam after preparations of what 50% or 60%. You go for the exam after having the 100% but preparations. Each and every part what we discussed where in the class is important to pass the exam. That's the reason you would have seen that the PM is very lowest pass rate. The preparations is not sufficient. The people, they are going for the exam without having a 360 BP. They always try to target 60 to 70%. They think I'm prepared with a 70%, then I can pass the exam. No way. Getting 50 out of what 70 is what very challenging task. It's getting like a 80 or 85 in the exam. Am I correct? Therefore, what I'm telling you all, get prepared with the whole 100%, right? Try to do some more questions, but each and every part of what numbers based question, I have developed how to write the answers. Yesterday's complete class of what writing the answers, you remember, right? So even the pricing strategy, I have explained how to write the answers. But don't go and blindly give the definitions, right? Each and every part should have been connected with the what case. Then only marks will be provided. Lots of students, what I am seeing, even including a what examiner, they don't write the answer for the questions. They try to write what they know. Then you can't what collect marks where in the exam. So tomorrow my plan is to do a revision, not entirely from what that mock paper. For those mock papers, I can share the answers very soon. Tomorrow or day after, I will share the answers. So when we are starting tomorrow's sessions, but My plan is to at least to do one question from activity based costing, one question from throughput accounting, one question from what standard costing. Some important areas, of course, I'll have to revise it with the area where we have discussed, right? Therefore, please come to the physical revision. People who are used to come for the physical class, it's not an exam anyway, right? You can come for the physical revision. So others you can join through online. So tomorrow would be our last class. Because those who are going for the exam this March, better you just prepare and come for the revision. I can understand that you are having only what 16 or 18 hours, but in 16 to 18 hours you can't go through everything, but you have already knowledge, right? But tomorrow also we will do the revision slightly different manner. I'll give you some time to do questions, then I will be explaining, then only we can check. Because the best way of learning, as soon as you try the question after I put on the board, you should check where you are having a problem. Different person is having a different problem. Because what I found from your side, some people who are expecting me to put everything on the board, they are waiting until they take down from the, no problem, you can get the correct answer. My worry is you should rectify your mistake. That can be done. First you will have to try yourself the question. Until you start to try, you can't rectify all your mistakes. Clear? So anything that you want to ask from my side, my end? Online students, anything that you want to ask? Study well, Sanjana, Malavika, Navya, Rachana. I don't know how many of them are going for the. I know Sanjana, Malavika is going for the exam. I'm just worrying about there are two students. One is Hari Haran, correct, and there's another girl called Priyanka. Priyanka. Both those two are taking the break. We'll see. Okay, thank you very much. See you tomorrow, same time.